when you're ready, that would be great, please. Okay, looks like we're going live. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs. We've got a couple of things on our docket this morning. We're going to start with, bear with me for a second here. We're going to start with some department budget briefings, and then we have work sessions later on this afternoon at 1 o'clock. So we'll start with committee introductions, and we'll start with Senator Farron, if you're available, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Brad Farron. I live in Norridgewock and represent the fine citizens of the majority of Somerset County. Thank you.
Representative Tuttle.
Representative John Tuttle, good morning from lovely Sanford, Maine, where it's sunny on the Mousam River. I represent District 18, which is primarily the east side of Sanford, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Representative Kinney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Mary Ann Kinney. I represent House District 99, the towns of Brooks, Burnham, Freedom, Jackson, Knox, Monroe, Thorndike, Troy, and Unity in Waldo County.
Representative Sapika.
Good morning, I'm Laura Sapika, and I represent House District 126, which is a portion of Bangor.
Representative McCrate.
Good morning, I'm Jay McCrate, representing Harpswell, West Bath, and Northeast Brunswick in the House.
Representative Wood.
Good morning, I'm Barb Wood, and I represent House District 38, which is the western end of the peninsula in Portland. And I have two other committee meetings today. I'll be bouncing around quite a bit.
Understood completely. Chairman Lucchini.
Good morning. My name's Louis Lucchini. I represent most of Hancock County in the Senate.
And my name is Chris Chiazzo. I represent beautiful, sunny, and chilly House District 28 here in West Scarborough. We are joined by our amazing dynamic duo of Janet Stocco, our analyst, and Karen Montel, our committee clerk. So we'll get started this morning with a couple of briefings. We've got three different departments to go through this morning, and we'll take them in probably in this order: DVM first, then the Secretary of State's office, and then DAFS, who will be speaking to us for OMP and Bablo. Janet, I don't know if you want to start off with DVM. Do you want to just walk us through, or do you want to just bring in, I think we have, we have General Farnham here too. So we can bring him in, or if you want to kick off, it's up to you.
Oh, no, the departments are just here to brief us.
Okay, perfect. Then I will bring in.
Also, General Young and Dave Richmond as well.
Okay, I'll bring them all in. I'll start with General Farnham. We'll bring in Colonel Young and also Director Richmond. Good morning, General Farnham, sir. How are you?
Good morning. Good morning. Thanks for changing your schedule around and squeezing it in. It's not like you don't have anything else to do. I know that.
We're nothing if we're not flexible, right?
Absolutely. So how do you want to do this? I've got a little bit of a statement here I could read, and then obviously Deputy Commissioner Scott Young and the Director of BVS, Dave Richmond, who you guys know well, they're here to talk all the details. But so just leave it up to you how you want to handle this.
I'll defer to you, sir. If you want to bring your statement in first, that would be great.
Okay, I'll go ahead so I can make sure I'm following all my instructions. So just keeping in mind the administration's priorities of education, public health, and our local communities, the climate, the economy, and making good on promises of state government. You worked over the last couple of weeks to craft these three proposals that you've been working with to chart a path for robust and widespread economic recovery and growth. First, the governor unveiled her main jobs and recovery plan, this administration's proposal to invest more than $1 billion in discretionary federal relief funds allocated to Maine under the American Rescue Plan Act is meant to make historic investments in unaddressed needs and longstanding challenges to achieve 3 goals: immediate economic recovery from the pandemic, long-term economic growth for Maine, and infrastructure revitalization. The plan draws heavily on recommendations from the Governor's Economic Recovery Committee and the state's 10-year economic development strategy, transforming these plans to real action to improve the lives of our people and to strengthen the economy. We look forward to the collaboration with the legislature as we further refine the specifics of these initiatives to meet these goals. We also presented a bond proposal aimed at rebuilding Maine's transportation system and conserving land and waters. The proposal dedicates $100 million to maintain and upgrade Maine's transportation system through the Maine Department of Transportation, and also dedicates $40 million over 4 years to conserve lands and waters for Maine people through the Land for Maine's Future program. And most recently, Governor Mills unveiled the Part 2 budget for FY 22 and 23 biennium, thanks to Maine's good financial position, reflecting fiscally responsible moves by the governor and legislature, a proposal that makes a historic investment in Maine's public schools and meets state's obligations to pay 55% of the cost of K-12 education for the first time in Maine's history. The proposal includes a host of additional bipartisan priorities, such as initiatives to improve the health of Maine people, relief for Maine people most adversely impacted by the pandemic or overburdened by rising property taxes, enhancing revenue sharing with municipalities, PFAS remediation, and infrastructure upgrades, and adds money to the budget stabilization fund. The proposal, which is balanced and does not raise taxes, also leaves approximately $23 million in funding on the table for the use by lawmakers' discretion. So like I said, we've got Dave and Scott that are here today that will can step through things, and then I'll be on to answer I'll answer the big picture questions, how that, and I'll let the details to Dave and Scott.
Thank you, General Farnham. We appreciate you taking the time this morning to be with us, and especially on the short notice. Very much appreciated. Any questions real quick for the General while we have him here? No? See none? Okay. Thank you, General Farnham. I guess I'll defer to you, General Young. Did you want to go through the line by line, or did you have a presentation you wanted to give, or how would you like to proceed? You're on mute, sir. I'm sorry.
Apologize. Yeah, our plan was to go through the amended portion of the bill, the changes to what was originally submitted in LD 221, and not go through all of the same initiatives again. You folks have all seen those. So we'd like to hit the highlights of anything that's changed. And I will cover the military training and operations, and Dave will talk to the veteran services piece. And I think I can lead off if that's okay with you, Representative Chiazzo.
Please.
And the first thing I wanted to touch on, even though there's not a whole lot to talk about, we had several initiatives that were in LD 221 that were carried in the Public Law Chapter 29, the biennial budget. Excuse me. And several of those, a couple of them were basically reorganization in the military training and operations, and then there was a curtailment. I'm going to touch on Dave's stuff here, but there was a curtailment to the operations operating funds in veteran services, as well as a reallocation of money from the general fund to the federal expenditures account. Those were taken up and passed in, like I say, Public Law Chapter 29. Excuse me. And I have some reference numbers and things like that if you wanted to, any details on that, but I just wanted to note that as we started off. So getting into the actual change package, and I'm going by a document that was sent to me by Janet, which was excerpts from the change package for the VLA. And
would you like me to screen share it?
Excuse me?
Do you want me to screen share it? Would that help you or no?
You could, if that helps the committee, certainly.
Sorry to interrupt.
Okay. So that is the first item. That is essentially that's an initiative in LD 221. It was to cover the federal expenditures associated with a firefighter reclassification action that has already been funded. This is not necessary, so we're asking to delete this or uninclude from the budget proposal because we've already taken care of this administratively. This is a done deal already. It's not necessary. So the next initiative, this is for basically capital improvements, modernization, some energy efficiency projects for the Military Bureau, both Army and Air. And the numbers here are, and this program essentially is the same as the bond LD3, which Senator Lucchini sponsored for us, which was a department bond bill. So this essentially replaces the need for that bond and puts it into the budget. And this is supposed to be, I mean, there's some language associated with this as well. But it's $6.8 million of state funds, and we are estimating a federal match of $7.6 million. And these monies are supposed to be, or the intent is the monies go into a non-lapsing account, carrying account. And if the committee is interested, I did provide Senator Lucchini a copy of a spreadsheet that shows the projects for the Army and Air National Guard. I don't have that to share with you right now, but I can provide that to the committee if you'd like.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, if Senator Lucchini has it, we can get it from Chairman Lucchini.
Sure. Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, General Young. I think it's great that we're able to do this here. It's good to see rather than through the bond, which who knows how it would fall. So it's great.
And Chairman Lucchini, do you have a list of the projects that General Young had given?
Yeah, probably in my email. Yep.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I think we presented that to the Appropriations Committee.
Yes.
Yep.
All right. Thank you, General Young. Please continue.
Okay. And so the next pages address veteran services items. And I think, Dave, if you want to take it from here.
Sure. Good morning. So our first change is a deletion. All of these that I'll be talking about initially are deletions. So we're proposing to delete the elimination of the part-time vacant office associate 2 that was meant to assist with the LD 184 transitional homeless veterans. So the second deletion is deleting the elimination of funding for our temporary office folks and our temporary groundskeepers in both Caribou and Augusta, our cemeteries. The third deletion is deleting the reduction of $100,000 of the transitional homeless veterans assistance money. So we're proposing that be added back in. And moving down to, yeah. We are the next is a new initiative for the transfer of the state approving agency. And this initiative transfers the SAA from their current home with the university system to our bureau, in keeping with a federal mandate that required 3 states, our state being one, to either move their SAA or lose it, and with those duties reverting back to the VA. And the SAA, as you recall, is in charge of certifying, is the certifying official for GI Bill programs in our state. So it's a great program, and we worked with a lot of agencies to make all the logistics work for this, and it resulted in this initiative. The next new initiative provides additional funding for the cemetery system. And the total amount is $100,000 each year in the biennial budget. And the $100,000 would be used to, for 50,000 of it would be used to fund a mowing and trimming contract for the Southern Maine Veterans Cemetery. 25,000 would be used to cover the anticipated overage of a headstone contract, an annual headstone setting contract that we have in the Augusta area. Our vendor made clear that they were going to have to increase their costs. And the last $25,000 of that would be used for ongoing infrastructure sustainment. The most urgent project being correction of a couple of vacant columbarium niche walls in the Augusta Cemetery. They have some structural issues that need to be attended to. The next initiative reduces funding to the Veterans Homeless Prevention Partnership Fund in the amount of $100,000 each year. With the next initiative, adding that $100,000 back into the Veteran Homelessness Prevention Partnership Fund, which is intended to be a fund that does not lapse, which was the original intent of the legislation. So that corrects that. And that concludes our initiatives.
All right. Thank you, General Young and Director Farnham. General Young?
Yes, I just wanted to point out, and back on the page that had all of the deletes, all of those, yeah, it's on page 38, Janet. Okay. Yeah, those initiatives, our original initiatives, if your committee as well as the AFA all voted those out. I just wanted to point that out.
Okay. Thank you, General Young. Do you still need to share the screen?
I don't think so at this point.
Okay. Any questions for Director Richmond or General Young from the committee, or General Farnham at the 50,000 foot level? Representative Tuttle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm on the phone here with my sister in Myrtle Beach, and wish me luck, but I was wondering about the funding for the Southern Maine Veterans Cemetery, David, the equipment operator and the maintenance for burial. I understood that's being covered. Is that correct?
The way I proposed to cover it, Representative Tuttle, was because we've had so much difficulty recruiting for those positions, right? The groundskeeper position at a range 9 and the equipment operator 1 position at a range 9 also. Yep. We're trying a new tack, and I'm proposing that we contract for the mowing and trimming of that cemetery to augment what the 3 positions can do. Yep. And we're down to one out of 3 right now. We have a acting capacity foreman covering right now. Yep. And we've posted the vacant position. And in the rest of the budget, a regular initiative is increasing the pay for that equipment operator job. And we're hoping that it makes it a little bit easier to recruit
Okay.
for it. But to augment those 3 positions, the idea would be the contract for the mowing and trim. I think that will allow them enough time to do what they need to do.
Well, Dave, like usual, we're on the same page. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Tuttle.
Let me get back to my system, Mr. Chair.
Please do. Please do. Any other questions? Director Richmond, we also had, we put a line item where we passed on to the committee for the 3 VSOs. Are those in the budget, or is that something additional we're going to have to add on separately?
Those would be outside of the budget.
Okay.
Representative Chiazzo.
Thank you. Okay, any other questions for the Department of Veterans and Emergency Management while we have them here? Okay, seeing none, thank you, gentlemen, for your time this morning. We appreciate you coming in and your flexibility, and very much appreciate the information for sure.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
All right, next we will move on to the Secretary of State's office, and I will bring in Secretary Bellows and Director Flynn. Good morning, Madam Secretary.
Good morning, Representative Chiazzo, Senator Lucchini, and members of the Veterans and Legal Affairs Committee. It's a pleasure to be with you here this morning. I am Secretary Bellows and just wanted to draw your attention to a couple of items in the change package and answer any questions that you might have about that. And Janet, you can help me if the legislators have the same version that we received. So if you look at Secretary of State, I believe it's on page 8, is that right? You'll see Secretary of State, you'll see something called, there it is, Bureau of Administrative Services and Corporations. That is a little bit of quirk in terminology. I'm not sure why the Budget Office calls the Bureau of Corporations, Elections, and Commissions the Bureau of Administrative Services and Corporations. That's something that I intend to take up with them after the session is over. But that is in fact corporations, elections, and commissions. So this is where you find the staffing for elections. The first 2 initiatives are reclassifications. So provides funding for the approved reorganization of one Public Service Manager 1 position to a Public Service Manager 2 position. And then the second is provides funding for the approved reorganization of one Corporations and Elections Program Specialist position to a Public Service Manager 1 position. So these 2 positions within the organizational chart, so Julie Flynn is the Deputy of Corporations, Elections, and Commissions. Below her, there is a Director of Corporations, and then there's a Director of Elections and Commissions, and then below the Director of Elections and Commissions, there is an Assistant Director who supervises staff. And these 2 positions collectively oversee millions of dollars in federal grant money. They are supervising staff. They're responsible to overseeing over 500 municipal clerks, and the sensitivity of the job that they are required to perform. In addition to the level of responsibility, we believed that a management initiated reclassification to more closely align their positions with their responsibilities and what's being asked of them was appropriate. And so this was approved by the Bureau of Human Resources and approved by the Governor's Office. Are there any questions on that before I go to the 3rd initiative?
Not seeing, Senator Hickman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Madam Secretary. Can you speak a little bit? You used the term that assistant director oversees municipal clerks. Can you just explain that a little bit, please?
So let me clarify my wording. They supervise staff, but because we oversee the state and federal elections, which are administered by over 500 clerks, our election staff is responsible for providing, we provide help desk support for the central voter registration system. We provide training to make sure that clerks are fully familiar with the election laws and any changes that happen year to year. We provide policies and procedures and documentation, and then staff any inquiries from clerks at any point, not just during the election season, but in the off season as well. And so even though it's not a direct management role in that those individuals do not have the power to hire or fire clerks, ultimately we are responsible for the fair and secure administration of the elections. And so those two individuals have a high level of responsibility in terms of ensuring that clerks are fulfilling their obligations under the law.
And thank you for that clarity. And also, can you just speak a little bit to the training program that this person does for municipal clerks?
So pre-pandemic, there was an annual conference for clerks where the staff was providing in-person live training. Post-pandemic, we are reconfiguring that, and we're still trying to evaluate. So 2020 was a really challenging year. There was no in-person training. There was support virtually and individually, but not collectively. So we're evaluating how we might update the training to include virtual Zoom components as well as the traditional in-person training.
Thank you.
Any other questions currently for the secretary? All right, seeing none, please continue.
Sure. So the third initiative that you see establishes one election coordinator position and provides funding for all other related costs. So this position is the position essentially when the Veterans and Legal Affairs Committee was reviewing the budget at the beginning of the year, we shared with this committee that the election staff of 8 had collectively provided 73 weeks of overtime. I want to restate that. That is 73 weeks. And if you multiply 73 times 40 hours a week, you get 2,920 hours of overtime divided by 8 staff. And so that is the full-time equivalent of 1.4 people. And we provided some historical data to this committee earlier this session, demonstrating that overtime was not just a factor of 2020, but something that the election staff consistently has experienced year after year. And so this is the additional position that this committee unanimously, and thank you for that, recommended in the supplemental budget that passed without this position being added by the Appropriations Committee at that time when the baseline moved forward. And so we want to thank the Budget Office and thank the Governor's Office for recognizing the unanimous support for this position and adding it to the change package. And that's what this represents.
Any questions for the secretary regarding that line item? Okay, seeing none, thank you.
And then this last initiative, I believe, probably falls under the jurisdiction of the state and local government, but because I'm here with you in this moment to provide any clarity, the Secretary of State's office does oversee the Women's Commission, and that hitherto had not been funded. The Women's Commission has done some tremendous volunteer work over the years. It is a bipartisan commission. and has always been bipartisan, dating back to former Secretary Dunlap and former Secretary Summers. They issue an annual report, and this is funding from the governor's office. I want to thank Governor Mills for recognizing the importance of that commission and the importance of this funding. Although, again, this is probably not under the jurisdiction of Veterans and Legal Affairs, but probably state and local government, which again is a little bit of a quirk that this department bridges, this bureau bridges those two committees.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Any questions from the committee based on the information shared so far? Okay, seeing none, then thank you, Secretary Bellows, Director Flynn, for joining us this morning.
Thank you. And if anyone has any follow-up requests for information or would like to have a follow-up conversation, we are fully available to have those conversations because this is critical. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you very much. Last but certainly not least, we have Commissioner Figueroa for DAPS.
Good morning.
Good morning. Welcome.
Thank you. Welcome. I appreciate the opportunity to be with you this morning. I have, my understanding is that General Farnham read a little summary in the beginning, so I will not repeat that. It would be about 40 times longer than the 3 initiatives that I actually have in front of the committee. I did want to say that we recently sent to the clerk a document that looks like this, that takes the funding sources that General Farnham mentioned, the ARP, the budget, the bond, and kind of grids it out by sector and by group, hoping that we do talk about everything kind of merged as supporting the main economy, recovery, and workforce and health of people. And so we thought it was kind of helpful for you to see, for the legislature to see all the different blocks in one place. So we just forward that along. So I just say that to you. And then, am I meant to just dive right into my page numbers?
If that's what you prefer, then absolutely, you're welcome to start.
Okay, terrific. So thank you, Senator Lucchini and Representative Chiazzo and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs. For the public, my name is Kirsten Figueroa. I'm the Commissioner of the Department of Administrative and Financial Services. And we start in the Department of Administrative and Financial Services on page 2 of the change package. This initiative deletes an initiative from LD 221 that proposed to increase allocation in this special, this other special revenue account in the Adult Use Marijuana Regulatory Coordination Fund. And we are deleting this initiative because we do not require this additional allocation. It was included in error. So we just delete it from LD 221. Our next initiative is also in the Adult Use Marijuana Coordination Fund. This initiative reduces 3 headcount and personal services. The baseline for this program included 3 temporary positions, which should have been removed. And so we include in this change package that removal. So it removes 3 headcount and approximately $300,000 as a result. And then our final initiative is on page 4. And this is a cost of goods sold adjustment that was included in the baseline of LD 221, in the baseline of the budget. We do not make cost of goods sold adjustments in the budget. It really is duplicative of other expenses in the financial statements. And so we are just removing that initiative. So nothing that impacts any of the program requests that we had in LD 221. for any of these initiatives. They're all three just cleanups from technical or oversight in the original budget. And that concludes my riveting testimony to the committee.
Thank you, Commissioner Figueroa. Any questions from the committee? I've got just a quick one. The item 2 that you brought up, the elimination of the 3 temporary positions.
Yes.
Were those positions not filled anyway? Is it just an administrative removal, or is that removing actual headcount?
No, it's removing headcount, not people. They were never filled. Yeah, originally, back when that law was created, they did an assumption of what they might need. And I think this committee has heard descriptions about the fact that we've now done a reorganization, have appropriately staffed up to what we believe we need based on the activities, and then have proposed to eliminate those excess positions that weren't needed.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Yeah.
Representative Tuttle. Representative, you're muted, sir.
Story of my life, Chris. I just wanted to congratulate the commissioner and the governor's office for putting this budget together. Having been involved in this process for close to 30 years, I've seen good budgets and bad ones, and this is one of the better ones, Commissioner. So next time you see your boss, congratulate her from one of her old colleagues by the name of John Tuttle. So I had to say that, Mr. Chair.
I'll do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Tuttle. Any other questions for Commissioner Figueroa while we have her here? Okay, seeing none, thank you, Commissioner, for joining us this morning.
Thank you. Take care.
Okay, I think that concludes the department budget hearings. Janet, did you want to maybe do some of the language reviews if you're ready, or did you want to save those for this afternoon?
Fine, I'd forgotten about them. Just one second, let me pull them up on my screen.
I think that's a first. I'm actually reminding you of something. Usually it's the other way around.
Everything's fast and furious lately. So the first one is LD 981. This is an act to strengthen the integrity of the Maine Clean Election Act by limiting the amount of money paid to political operatives. This is an 8 to 5 report, and what you see before you is the minority amendment. The bill had several different things that it did for limiting payments to individuals who provide services as opposed to goods to Maine Clean Election Act candidates and their campaigns. And the amendment focuses instead on limiting the total amount that's paid to any one individual. So for a state Senate candidate under the Maine Clean Election Act, the total would be $7,500. And for a House of Representatives candidate under the Clean Election Act, the total would be $2,500. And that's to an individual for services to the campaign as opposed to providing goods. And then there is the exception that was in the bill for professional marketing services. So that's sort of the focus of this amendment as opposed to the broader prohibitions in the bill and the requirements for hourly time logs and everything. Those are gone. So that's all that the summary says, is it just restates what the amendment does. There is a fiscal note required, and that fiscal note indicates that it would be a minor cost increase for the Commission on Governmental Ethics and Election Practices to oversee these restrictions, but that they believe those costs can be absorbed within the budget.
Thank you, Janet. Any questions or concerns from those on the minority report? Okay, seeing none, we can move on to the next one.
The next one is the unanimous committee amendment, although there was one person absent that day. This was the local option bill that you heard in the morning and then worked in the afternoon. Originally, the bill talked about confirming decisions by the municipal officer, confirming local option votes where municipal officers can confirm them and county commissioners as well. Based on a presented amendment from the stakeholders, you all voted unanimously in favor of that amendment, and that amendment really just focuses on municipal local option elections and their meaning. And so because of that, it doesn't really cover county commissioner decisions anymore. They don't have elections. The county commissioners make those decisions. So because of that, we had to change the title and then go through all the emergency preamble and take out everything about the county commissioners. So it just focuses on the municipal officer. So it's unusual, I think, to change the language of an emergency preamble. This is not a new emergency preamble. We just struck out parts of the old emergency preamble. So it's not new, it was already there. It's just now focused in on municipalities. The biggest thing to focus on in this emergency preamble, it was there before, is that if you remember in 1977, there was new effective language changing the way that the local option questions were worded. So now they're broad questions about on-premises or off-premises sales occurring on days other than Sunday or then on Sundays. Whereas in the past, prior to that change in the law, there were very specific questions about specific types of establishments. And that's the focus of this bill, is trying to figure out how to deal with the fact that the old elections might have covered a specific establishment just because that's the way the question was worded, whereas the intent seemed to be that all on-premises sales, for example, were fine in that particular community. I don't know if this is ringing any bells, but this is what you were talking about in this bill. And so the original amendment that was presented to you would have made a freestanding provision of law that would have talked about the import or the legal meaning of any of those pre-1977 elections. And after discussing further with Bablo and then with the sponsor, Senator Lucchini, because this was kind of all done in one day, just to make sure, if you remember in the 129th legislature, there was a grace period created where the Bureau was going through its records and making sure it notified municipalities and counties of all the different election results that they had and the local option elections that they said had been approved for different types of establishments in each municipality. Those letters went out around the turn of this year, and then each municipality had a certain amount of time to either find other records that maybe the Bureau didn't have, or to conduct new local option elections. And then a final determination would be made once the grace period is over, and just say, okay, starting on this date, which is July 1st, 2022, we're now going to have, this is the list of types of establishments that are allowed in your municipality. And so the amendment that the stakeholders brought to you would say you would deem any election that occurred prior to 1977 that allowed on-premises sales on days other than Sunday, or any local option question that allowed on-premises sales on Sundays, you would just deem it to apply to all types of on-premise establishments, and that would move forward. And so after looking at the current law and where this amendment language should go, it was a decision to put this all in that provision of law that was created in the 129th and just say by July 1st, 2022, all of these decisions are going to be made. Everybody's going to know where their municipality stands. And so that's what this does. It says when the Bureau makes its final determination, it's going to look at the results of the local option elections and that they have in their records, any additional records that the municipality might have found. And then if the municipality chose to conduct a new local option election in the meantime, they'll look at those results too, and they're going to make their final determination. And then this paragraph is really what you saw before you, which talked about deeming the results to apply to all on-premises establishments. The biggest change was the way it was written when you saw it at the work session. Was it just said that the results of any election for Sundays or days other than Sundays would just apply, and you all wanted to be clear that an election about sales on Sundays should still govern sales on Sundays, and an election about sales on other days should govern sales on those other days. So that's why I circled this language here. We just added that in to make it clear that some towns really do mean to distinguish between Sundays and other days, and you don't want to deem that distinction away. You want that distinction to stay clear if that's what the town chose. So that's really the change. And the only other change is just where we placed this amendment language. And I've had extensive discussions with the Bureau, and they're fine with where this language is now, as long as you're still fine with it. It does exactly, I think, what the stakeholders wanted. We just moved it to make sure all the final decisions are done and everybody knows moving forward by July 2022 what establishments are allowed to be licensed in their municipality. And that was thought to be important because that's when the grace period ends. So they need to know by that date. I hope that that made sense. And so that's the summary, and there is no fiscal note needed. So it really is just this language and putting it in that whole provision about sorting everything out by a certain date. Now you're muted, sir. Representative, now you're muted.
You're muted.
There we go.
Taking after me. Yeah.
Thank you, Janet. Any questions from the committee? Okay, seeing none. Thank you for that. I think, is that it for language review?
That's all I had so far.
Okay. So I think that concludes our work for this morning. So because we're so efficient today, we'll get a couple of hours for lunch. We will recess and come back at 1 o'clock.
Got a question, Mr. Chair. Got a question.
Sure.
A caucus, are we caucusing at some time?
Yes, we are. You'll see a link from Senator Lucchini, or I'll forward it from Senator Lucchini. I'm thinking at like 12:15. We'll try and get back together again for House caucus, and then the committee will reconvene at 1 o'clock for our work sessions. I think we have some sports betting bills and things to work through this afternoon.
Well, I promise to keep quiet for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Representative Tuttle. All right, if there's no other questions or comments or concerns, then we will recess until 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Yeah.
questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much, Ms. Fisher. We appreciate you being here. Okay, now we'll go to Senator Moore. Those testifying
participation.
Janet, they don't pay you enough.
That's very kind of you. Thank you.
I've got to be in AFA at 2 o'clock. Just wanted to let you guys know I'm going to be dropping out soon.
I will now go to
Wow.
Albie and Kimball.
So I got two screens going with transportation VLA. So if I start talking transportation, we're talking about sports betting. I'm on the wrong screen.
Well, Patrick will know where to send the state police.
Regional tourism and
You'll never find me. I'm in the woods right now.
Well, okay. It's my wife's birthday today, so I have to be under best behavior.
When will you start?
Well, she was asking the same thing, Jay. But somebody said that she could turn in me for 2 35-year-olds, and she's thinking about it.
Did you remember to say happy birthday? That's where I always mess up. Like I save my happy birthday for later. And then she's like, you forgot my birthday. And I'm like, oh, happy birthday.
Well, we even went out last night, Pat, so I'm okay for a while.
Uh-huh.
All right. Are we ready to get started again? Sorry, I'm also trying to do 2 committees. I guess, Janet, we'll begin with LD 587. So for everybody also in the waiting room, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 work sessions on the agenda today. LD 587, an act regarding licensing of persons to conduct advanced deposit wagering, and then we have 4 sports betting bills. So we'll begin with 587, which I believe you've analyzed before, right, Janet?
Correct. This is the bill that increases from 1 to 3 the number of bidders that the Gambling Control Unit or the Gambling Control Board, excuse me, would be able to select to conduct advanced deposit wagering. And you tabled it last time.
Okay. And I think we might have an amendment coming potentially if.
Yes, we do. That I would ask. Sorry, Mr. Chair.
Sorry, I know you're on 2 committees at once.
Yeah. Yes, Mr. Chair, I do have an amendment that Janet was so gracious to put together and compare. And really, the biggest part of it is, and I think we can share it when we want to take a look at it, but it mirrors Representative McCrate's bill, except we stripped out the piece that I know that you had some concerns about as far as some of the past practices that were being forgiven. I guess that's the proper way to put it, and to clean up some of the 2 or 3 of the technical issues that Janet did in her analysis.
You ready to share it?
Yep, if you are, yeah.
It's writing down Senator Farron's wise words.
But the way I said you did such a great job.
No. Not at all. So this is Senator Farron's proposed amendment. As he mentioned, it matches the text of LD 623, which was Representative McCrate's bill, except for the parts that are highlighted. So it would slightly change the definition of advanced deposit wagering to clarify that there's different types of betting over the internet or mobile devices or electronic media or forms of communication approved by the board, as well as changing the original definition talked about it being betting on horse races. And this states, oh, sorry, the existing definition says it's betting on harness or thoroughbred races, and this is more generally horse races. In the definition of gross advanced deposit wagering income, and this is a definition that's used when we then talk about the cascade of revenue and the 5% tax that we'll get to later. I had mentioned that if you just define it as the amount of wagers placed by Maine residents before payment of money to winning bettors, if there are a lot of out-of-state bettors, like a huge percentage of all of the bets pooled are from out of state, and there are very few actual bets placed in Maine, then the payment of money to winning bettors may exceed the amount of bets placed in Maine, and then there would be no income in Maine. And so Senator Farron changed this to generally how we consider other kinds of gambling income, which is you look at the bets placed by residents in the state and you subtract out the winnings of residents in the state, and the rest of the money is considered income that's subject to the 5% tax rate in this amendment. This amendment, because it turns into a licensing scheme, has the multi-jurisdictional account wagering provider as a eligible entity for the license. And they're an entity that's licensed in a jurisdiction and domiciled in a jurisdiction other than Maine that will be able to apply to conduct ADW here because they already conduct it in another state. Moving down, the provision about licensing of employees. This is the exception that was in Representative McCrate's bill that said if they're an employee of that multi-state or multi-jurisdictional account wagering provider and they don't have anything to do with the wagers placed in Maine, then they wouldn't have to be licensed in Maine. This is the provision that modifies current law about the qualifications for an ADW license, and they have to have sufficient financial assets and responsibility. And they also have to have sufficient experience and knowledge about ADW to be able to conduct it. And then down here, this was one of the technical amendments I proposed. Because this is amending a provision of the law that exists in the chapter of the law involving licensing of casinos and slot machine facilities, a casino would be ineligible for an advanced deposit wagering license under this provision of current law that says you can only obtain one license under this whole chapter. And the chapter includes casino licenses and ADW licenses. So this creates an exception so that if the casino is qualified, not because it's a casino, but because it has one of the other licenses that make you eligible to apply for an ADW license, then it still can apply. It's not barred by this provision of existing law. So this is the revenue cascade. So instead of the commission being set by bid, when the Gambling Control Board accepts the winning bidder, it's going to be a 5% of the gross advanced deposit wagering income. And the cascade is not changed. All the percentages and where the money goes would stay the same as current law. It would just change it to that 5% tax rate by statute. So then here is the sort of the meat of what was Representative McCrate's bill and is now Senator Farron's amendment. And that would be that if you're a commercial track, an off-track betting facility, or one of those multi-jurisdictional account wagering providers we talked about a little bit earlier, you would be eligible to apply for an ADW license. The provision in Representative McCrate's bill that talked about sort of exonerating past conduct is all stricken out. So I just stuck this in here so you could see that it was gone. Senator Farron never intended for this to be in his amendment. I just wanted you to see that it's gone if you were familiar with LD 623 and were trying to look and see what happened. And so then the license could be obtained. They can still contract with somebody to provide the services. The conditions of licensure are still that they have to have a bond, because the difference between ADW and off-track betting is that off-track betting, you place the bet in person and you just hand the money over. Whereas in ADW, you have an account with money already in it, and then you can place your bet online or over the phone. And they take the money out of your account that already is placed there. And so there is a requirement to have a bond to secure those accounts. And then also they have to have the system to ensure people aren't under 18 years of age and they aren't out-of-state residents that are placing bets through your license in Maine. And the application fees and the terms are all the same as in current law. It's just now put into this licensing statute instead of the RFP statute. And so that's his amendment.
Thank you, Janet. Representative Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Janet, if I understand it correctly, this amendment would only apply to OTBs licensed under the 275D classification, correct? Not all OTBs.
It does only apply to them, only because I forgot to ask Senator Farron what he wanted to do about that. And I sent him a quick email before the work session began, but since he's in 2 meetings, he may not have seen it yet.
Oh, I responded back, but I got to the out of I'm in workshop and can't respond to your email right now. I would say that yes, we would include your question, Janet, was including Scarborough Dam.
Okay. Thank you.
Representative Kinney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a couple of questions. One was the original part in 587 was to increase the number of bidders, awarding no more than 3, which had been only 1. And wondering if we could ask, he's in the participants in the waiting room. Let me see if I can find his name so I can ask Mr. Silver if he, because he's the chairman of the Gambling Control Board, what his thoughts are on multiple, more than one licensee.
Sure.
And
Mr.
how it's
Silver,
working
you
in
said?
other states.
Sorry. Mr. Silver, yeah.
Yeah.
Karen, can you make me a co-host, please? Thanks. Great, thank you. So we'll bring in Mr. Silver. And we also have Director Champion here too. Representative Kinney, if you wanted, we can bring him in as well.
Sure, more answers, the better, yeah. I think on this one.
It's been a little slow on pulling people in today. So Director Champion, looks like we have you. I don't see Mr. Silver anymore.
No, I'm not seeing him either.
Yeah, when you first come on, you have to take off the video and take off the mute.
Oh, okay. I think he may have just popped back into the. Yeah. Okay. There we go. So, so I guess between Director Champion and Mr. Silver, I don't know if you've heard Representative Kinney's question, or if Representative, you want to ask again, or whichever works.
Sure. Well, I can restate it with all the jumping around and going into no man's land for a minute. With the original part of 587, and I'm trying to find it. I think it was also in 623 somewhere, but about multiple licensees and how that would work, how that's working in other states, and what benefits we may have in Maine if we do this, in doing this, and your thoughts of having the benefits of multiple platforms.
No, you want to take it, or you want me to speak generally?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. I mean, it's really about a consumer issue, is the way I see it, which is, we see, well, one, you just talk about open market. Two, you talk about limitations on popular events, right? I mean, we just had the Kentucky Derby, a very popular event that people would maybe create new accounts, right? New users, and then maybe they decide to stay on for the other Triple Crown events or other bigger events. And then, it grows the industry as a whole to bring in new consumers. So if you're taking out the largest event, right, in the country, that's a problem. And then just, I've seen it in other states from living in other states and using it myself. You get different sign-up bonuses. There's different events offered, there's different promotions. And maybe you just like an interface better than other, but having a choice is always better for the consumers.
Great. Representative Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Question for Director Champion. I know we only have currently have one authorized licensee, I guess, for advanced deposit wagering. Can you describe the terms of that contract? Wasn't that just recently awarded last year?
Yeah, it was. And basically, we went through the RFP process, which was a long process, long and drawn out. And we had 3 bidders, which is a little ironic with the bill of only allowing or going from 1 to 3, but we had 3 bidders, and one was selected by a committee, and the board approved it. After that took place, then we went into a contract, and based on the RFP submission, one of the processes was establishing a rate that the bidder would pay, or the awardee would pay the state of Maine, and that percentage was 5%. So now that's why you're seeing the 5% here as well. So everything's kind of like piggybacked off of this a little bit. Again, and to echo the chairman's comments, again, open market, the customer is definitely going to be the one that's going to benefit from it, because everybody's going to do, their marketing around getting new accounts and that sort of thing. What we've had up to this point is, quite frankly, everybody's not playing nicely in the sandbox. There was contracts held back because, you didn't pick me and all that sort of thing. So it was a little bit of a mess. Trust me, I've gotten emails, a score of them telling me how wrong it was, what was done. But anyway, we're working towards hopefully straightening that out. But I think an open market is definitely better. And again, that RFP process is quite lengthy. So, it's another thing to consider as well.
Yeah. Follow up, Mr. Chair? Yeah. Is there any opportunity in the existing contract to open it up again? What was the duration of the contract that was signed now? And are we going to violate that contract by now suddenly saying we're going to open it up to a bunch of other people?
Yeah, I would have to recheck that. Basically, through procurement, the contract is a 5-year contract, but it has a 2-year, 1 year. So there is a renewal. I believe the next one comes up in 2022. So again, I'd have to have my legal staff look through that and see if there's any consequences.
Okay, but most likely, if that renewal period is coming up in 2022, if we chose to do something, that might be a cleaner opportunity to do it then versus in the middle of a existing contract.
Without a legal opinion, I would say yes.
Okay, thank you.
So, Director, so the end of the first 2-year cycle would be about a year from now, essentially.
Yes.
Yes. Next year. Thanks. And just, I guess, regarding the Kentucky Derby's things, that was a decision by Churchill Downs not to allow the winner of the RFP to stream it. Is that right? I mean, it wasn't anything involved with the RFP. It's simply they didn't want to be a part of it, or didn't allow them to do it. Maybe we can ask the Penn people, although I don't see anybody. But
yeah, typically, even with a simulcast, they'll simulcast their recordings or whatever of the race, and you would have to have a contract with the host track. And in this particular case here, last year, I don't think they televised it at all in Maine as far as allowing wagers. It's my understanding this year that the OTBs were allowed to take wagers on the Kentucky Derby. However, the Hollywood races were not able to.
Senator Farron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director Champion, just to follow up on the chair's comment about timing wise, I mean, the first 2-year piece up in 2022, I mean, we're approaching June. By the time we got out of session, 90 days after, and you said it was a long process. I mean, if we passed this and knew it was on the horizon, that you had the opportunity to do that, to open it up to 2 additional, another RFP process. I mean, is there really any harm in that?
You mean to go through an RFP process?
to have this legislation, so you've got the opportunity to do that, no one planning your workload and saying it's a long process down the road. Is there any concerns about if this piece of legislation passed?
Now, this is the one adding 2 more?
Yes.
Okay, rather than opening it up to anybody that wants to apply?
Yes.
Okay, so yeah, the RFP process, hopefully I could use a lot of the wording from the one last year, but it takes a little bit of time. And I don't have a lot of staff, so.
Understood.
Yeah, 6 months, a year, because you got to put it out, you get the bidders, you got to develop a committee's got to review, and then it goes back to the board for board approval. Then you have to enter into a contract for each one. So yeah, it's got a little bit of time to it.
Thank you.
Sorry, had to vote.
You were smiling. We thought you were talking to us. We was anxious to see what it was that was making you happy.
Oh. Could turn off the mic over there. Okay, sorry. Apologies. Representative McCrate.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Director Champion, wasn't it also the OTBs were refused the content of the Derby?
I believe last year they were, but it's my understanding that they were able to take wagers this year. And believe it or not, I actually saw it on the newscast that the OTBs were able to take, or were going to be able to take wagers for the Kentucky Derby this year.
Yeah, I think that's accurate, but I think it has, this is my view, it has something to do with these bills being in front of us. And this is a subjective question, but you mentioned that I would call it some bad behavior going on. And you said you think it's being worked out. I wonder what makes you think it would be any different in the future?
Well, I don't think it's being worked out. I think the only way it would be worked out is if those that telecast a particular track or host track have the ability to telecast or enter into contracts with other folks that could take wagers on that particular race. If they have the ability to have a license, maybe a little bit different. But right now they're, that's why I say not playing nice in the sandbox. It's like, if I can't have a little sand, you're not having any sand. So pardon the expression or the.
Mr. Chair, can I follow up? Thanks, Director Champion. The sandbox sounds about right. I just wonder, it'd still be limited. We're not talking about anybody. So you don't have to answer me. I just don't know that anything would be different, but that's a concern I have. Thanks.
Well, I think if whether or not you're going to put a number of licenses on this, or you're going to open it up to anybody that can qualify for a license, I think it all boils down to a particular person who owns a track who can give out the telecast. If that person has a license, we'll be able to utilize their wagering platform in order to make wagers on that particular host's track. If not, then you'll probably have the same scenario that you have today.
Representative Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Director Champion. And I apologize, I should probably know this, but is there anything that, it sounds like you can't mandate who, at this point, current law, is there a way for us to mandate a simulcast? If one person in the state gets it, the whole state has to get it? There's nothing like that now, is that correct?
That is correct. To the best of my knowledge, yes, that is correct. Yeah.
Are you
can't
aware of-
force, Yeah, you can't force somebody into a contract.
Are you aware of any other states that have provisions or anything like that, where if you make it available to one, you have to make it available to all, or is it an individual interaction and agreement between the simulcast and whoever's receiving it?
I have not heard from any other states, but doesn't mean it doesn't take place.
Janet?
So I was rereading cases last night on this issue, suspecting it might come up. So there was a case in 2020 decided in the Ninth Circuit about an Arizona law, which does exactly that. So it says that, if you remember last time I talked about the federal law, the Interstate Horse Racing Act of 1978, which Director Champion was sort of alluding to, which requires certain entities to agree before you can have an interstate off-track wager. One of those entities being the Host Racing Association, which, if you look at the definitions, means the track conducting the race in another state. So they have to consent and they have to have the ability to say no. So my understanding of a proposal before the committee, which I could have understood the proposal wrong, but my understanding was if you got an ADW license, then you would be required to make your signal available in Maine at a certain price. I don't think that would have a very good chance of surviving a court challenge. You know, a judge is going to do what a judge is going to do, but I would think that might be considered preempted because it doesn't allow the out-of-state track to say no. But in Arizona, my understanding of the case that I read there from 2020 was they had a law that said if you allow your simulcast into the state to any provider, then you have to make it available to all providers in the state, so all OTBs in the state. And the court there said, because you still have the ability to say no, nobody in the state can have the signal. That's all the federal law requires in that court's opinion. And so they did not find that Arizona law was preempted. So it just depends on how you approach it and how the particular court's going to decide. And Ninth Circuit case is not binding in Maine. So, you know, a court in Maine could view it differently. But I think the key thing to do is to always allow the out-of-state track to say no. They have to have that ability. And then after that, sort of the regulating of how they say yes can maybe be up to state regulation.
Thank you, Janet. Representative Chiazzo?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And sorry to keep pounding on this one. I'm trying to find a way, if there's a way to keep, obviously if the party that owns the track that's broadcasting also owns a facility in the state, even if we open this up to multiple licensees, they still currently have the ability to restrict that to just the one facility that they own, correct? There's nothing that would require them to go to the second or third licensee holder. They could, but they don't have to, right?
I see no requirement in current law. I'm not an expert on these harness racing laws, but I didn't see that anywhere.
Yeah, okay. All right, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, any further discussion? Or is anyone prepared to make a motion? Representative Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with the amendment sponsor that I do think opening up the market to more players is always great. Competition is always good. It's great for the consumer as well to give them choices. I just think that the way the contract is written now, I just think it's a little too early for that. And I respect the fact that it's going to take a while for us to get this process done and through. I'm also fearful of rewarding bad behavior, so to speak. And so I would move ought not to pass, because I think this is probably best suited maybe for next year or next session when the contract, when the terms of the contract open it up for us to reconsider. So I would move
Second, Mr. Chair.
We have a motion of ought not to pass by Representative Chiazzo, seconded by Representative Tuttle. Further discussion. I'll just add that I agree with the House Chair. I don't think, cutting out this RFP after after less than a year is appropriate at this time. But we can get through the first review period, which is 2 years, and then we can take a look. I didn't support the original bill that created this license. And last session, I supported opening it up to everybody, but obviously we weren't able to get it through and went with the RFP. So now we find ourselves in a bit trickier of a position. And so I'll be supporting the ought not to pass. Any other discussion? Senator Farron.
Yeah, I respect both your positions. I think we all agree that opening it up is a good thing to do. I think it's the timing piece and knowing how the government works and bureaucracy works. I really don't see the harm in having this as a disposal for the director and the chairman to have that out there. And as far as behavior, if you're sole source and you've got the only license and you know that the RFP is going to be opened up for competition when that time is up, I'll probably be on my best behavior to work with and be in a position to renew and keep that going. So I see this as a motivation to do that and to give the citizens of Maine a little bit more of an options down the road and realizing the time it's going to take to put it into place. So obviously I'll be supporting, not supporting this motion.
Any further discussion? Okay, seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is ought not to pass, and we'll proceed to a roll call vote. Karen, if you please.
Senator Bikini.
Yes.
Oh, Senator Bikini, yes.
You're a little quiet, sorry. I don't know why.
Maybe my volume's down. I was having audio problems earlier.
Okay, you're good now, I think.
Okay. Senator Hickman. Senator Hickman, absent. Senator Farron.
Nay.
Senator Farron, nay. Representative Chiazzo.
Yes.
Representative Chiazzo, yes. Representative McCrate.
Yes.
Representative McCrate, yes. Representative Tuttle.
Yes.
Representative Tuttle, yes. Representative Riley. Representative Riley, absent. Representative Supika.
Yes.
Representative Supika, yes. Representative Wood. Representative Wood, absent. I can come back to her. Looks like she's in the meeting. Representative Kinney.
No.
Representative Kinney, no. Representative Harrington. Representative Harrington, absent. Representative Corey. Representative Corey, absent. Representative Dolliff. Representative Dolliff, absent. 5 in favor of the motion, 2 opposed to the motion, and 6 members absent, Mr. Chair.
Great, thank you, Karen. So 5-2, and Senator Farron, is your minority report your amendment?
Ought to pass as amended.
Okay, and Representative Kinney, you good? Okay, great, thank you. And those absent will have until noon tomorrow to cast their vote. Okay, so next up, we've got the 4 bills related to sports betting. I know we did kind of an initial work session previously just to give people some background information on all the provisions of the bill. So perhaps, Janet, if we can maybe go through some of the elements of the bill. I think what may be helpful is if anybody has questions on any of the various components of the bill, we can try to work that through. And I realize these are 4 big bills and people may need more time, which is completely fine. But I think we can start working through everything, asking questions, and then, if we need more information, we can work on that too, so.
So did you want to just start right at the beginning again, or at the parts where they're different, or what is the best?
Sure, maybe we can go through your chart, which might be helpful just on some of those provisions. Or actually, sorry, you laid out pretty well actually up there just by your numbered provisions. So.
Sorry, it's not all a chart this time. I tricked you.
That's right. I was confusing it with last year's.
Okay, so the common features of the bills are that they all allow for two types of operators. There are facility operators that accept in-person wagers, and then there are at physical locations in the state, and then there are mobile operators that accept wagers through mobile applications or digital platforms approved by the director. And the wagers have to be from customers physically located in the state. And then just as far as the physical facilities, there's a provision in all of the bills talking about the fact that it doesn't stop municipalities from having home rule over zoning and public safety ordinances about the location and operation of the physical facilities. Then I'm going to keep going unless somebody stops me. So then the next part are the.
Sorry, Janet, I was muted. So just so on this one, so all the facility operators that we've talked about seems to be the same across all four bills, which, oh yeah, it's a common feature one, as you said. So just so everybody knows.
The only slight difference is that Senator Baldacci's bill and Representative Roach's bill only talk about OTBs under 275D, which does include Scarborough Downs. I don't know if they were aware that that is an issue, so it may not be purposeful to exclude the new OTB. I don't honestly know the answer to that question, but your bill and President Jackson's bill do specifically include the new OTB. I'm about to cough, so I'm going to try and mute myself.
Yeah, so that is the kind of only difference on that OTB side, because they were put in a different section of law by the Ag Committee last session.
Right, and then the other difference for the mobile licenses, your bill, Senator Lucchini, and Representative Roach's bill both include a qualified gaming entity, which is an entity that offers mobile sports wagering under another state's regulatory structure. So that's what we were talking about last time as being untethered, because those entities can directly apply for a license to operate a mobile sports wagering enterprise, and they would be able to get that license directly. Whereas under Senator Baldacci and President Jackson's bill, those entities would have to sort of subcontract with one of these other mobile operators to provide that service. Does that make sense to everyone?
Yep. Yeah. Does anybody else have questions on that? Or yeah. Okay.
I have really bad allergies today, so I'm gonna have to keep muting myself to cough. It's triggering my asthma. I apologize.
Sorry, it is really bad right now with pollen.
Yeah, so I promise I'm not sick. I'm fully vaccinated, so if I am sick, it's something minor. One hopes. So as far as management services licenses, these are the subcontractors that I was just alluding to. So if an entity, I say that because it's probably not going to be an individual, but a person demonstrates sufficient sports wagering knowledge and experience, they can obtain a management service license. And then a licensed facility that accepts in-person wagers or a mobile operator would be able to contract with these licensed management service providers, and they could then manage the sports wagering operations on behalf of the licensee in Maine. The written contract that they enter into and any substantial change to that contract would have to be approved by the director of the Gambling Control Unit. And then the bills all provide that this management services licensee cannot subcontract out its responsibilities to any unlicensed entity. So all four bills provide for this, although the testimony was that if you have a tethered tethering requirement, then it's more likely, that was the testimony, I don't know if it's true, that these management services licensees would have to contract with a facility because they would not be able to get their own license, if that makes sense.
Right. And maybe Director Champion, if you can talk to us a little bit about this management services license. Is this essentially the company who would be setting the odds and running the book, essentially?
Yes, that's like for the tribes, for the OTBs, it would be a company like William Hill that would essentially management all the activity.
Right. Yeah, because any of these groups would generally need to hire somebody to set the odds and payouts and everything else, because it's such a difficult task to do. Okay. Any questions on that? And Director, I know this kind of overlaps with the next line, but we had worked through some of the fees before. I know they were kind of negotiated in the previous bill, but for a management services company, is $20,000 for a 2-year initial, 2-year renewal a reasonable cost? I mean, we obviously have a lot more states to compare things to than when we last did this discussion.
Yeah, I think if any, and looking at this a year later, I think if there were any increase, I guess it was my, I was thinking more along the line of, the facility operators who already have a huge casino type license that, perhaps that mobile operator license is a little on the short side. So one of those that would get just the mobile operator license and maybe a company outside of Maine and that sort of thing, you might want to consider increasing that fee.
Sure. Yeah, I remember that mobile operator kind of got negotiated pretty low, especially compared to other states. So I don't know, do you have any recommendations on a number, or Mr. Silver? I know you both have experience in this, of numbers that are more common across the industry if we were to go higher than 20,000.
Steve, any thoughts?
Well, part of that is a big policy choice and how you want to treat the different ones, but these would be some of the lowest anywhere. So it is a small market, right? Population size, but $20,000 for 2 years is quite a bargain.
Yeah.
Yeah. With that said, I was gonna offer $200,000 for a 2-year license. It'd be $100,000 a year for the mobile.
Right, and that puts it kind of more in line with our casino. Is our casino licenses around 80 grand a year or something?
Yes, they are. Yeah.
No, I would add, if you have to consider, if you're going to increase the licensing fee, then you might want to consider lowering the tax, because if you're doing double tax with a 6-figure licensing fee, you're squeezing that margin a bit, and so it can affect the lines that are offered. And if the goal is to attract customers away from the offshore book, and something to consider.
Right. Thanks. Representative Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think, and I may be confused on this one, Director Champion, but I think when we did this the last time, we were talking about supplier licenses. And I think I asked a question about if it's a mobile sports book, does the server that runs the book or manages it have to be based in the state? And I think you said yes, but when I'm reading the supplier licenses, maybe I'm getting confused with something else because I don't see that here.
Yeah, well, the supplier license basically is from last year, and that's when we talked about somebody just supplying the equipment.
Mm-hmm.
So if OTB were to say, we can do our own thing here, and we just need an equipment supplier, or if the management services company doesn't supply the platforms and the systems, then they would have to go to a supplier. It's kind of like a management company that would go in and be under contract to manage a casino, but wouldn't actually bring the slot machines with them. So they would reach out to suppliers of slot machines and table games in order to do that. So this falls into that same concept.
Yeah, and I get that. I guess what I'm trying to figure out is, it doesn't sound like, especially some of the major mobile operators, they've got their servers located wherever they have them located. They're not going to have a physical presence in Maine like if they're handling mobile bets within Maine, they have to have a server in Maine to handle those bets. They can handle that with a server wherever they want it to go because it's electronic and it's through electronic medium, right?
Yeah, well, I've heard it both ways. Steve, do you have any comments on that?
Well, you get into Wire Act and federal issues as to where the bet is placed. And so this comes up in almost every state's debate about, and in fact, today, even this afternoon in Florida, I'm sure they're talking about, where is the wager placed in terms of is it on the tribe, with the Seminole tribe, or is it a guy in a hot tub in Key West? So, is it where the bettor is making the wager or where it hits the server, and the law is actually in flux a bit in terms of if you use a credit card or an online payment processor, that's obviously being routed through different states, but you could certainly require the servers to be in the state.
I was just going to weigh in on that as well. So I was looking also at this again last night, remembering that question from before or that discussion. And the gentleman who spoke before, both of them are correct. This is a Wire Act issue. It is not a clear issue in the law, but the Wire Act, which is a federal law, does prohibit the transmission and interstate commerce of sports wagers. That's clear. And the definitions of wire communication facility, which is what you cannot use in interstate commerce to transport sports wagering bets, that definition has been interpreted to include the internet or mobile applications. And so in other states which have talked about this, they've talked about the server would have to be in the state. Otherwise, the person placing the bet, who has to be physically located in Maine, and the place where the bet is received, which is theoretically the server, would not be in the same state, and that would be a problem. But all of it's sort of a fiction, because the way that the information travels, even if you're in Maine and the server's in Maine, it does not guarantee that the information itself is not going to travel outside of Maine. I don't understand the internet. To me, it's all a magic, like you wave your wand. But when you're waving your wand, even if you're waving it between 2 points in Maine, you sometimes leave Maine while you're waving your wand. And so there is another federal law, the Unlawful Internet Gambling Enforcement Act, and that law has some provisions about intermediate routing of data going to other states isn't going to be held against anyone. But that's not the Wire Act, and the Wire Act doesn't have those provisions. And in the past, when the DOJ has been asked about this, it's been able to dodge the question because it was asked the question about lotteries and decided the lotteries weren't prohibited under the Wire Act, so it was fine. So it's really not clear, but that the Wire Act is the reason why people do say that you need to have the servers in state. Otherwise, you are transmitting the bet in interstate commerce.
Representative Chiazzo. Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, and I guess this is a question for Director Champion, and I don't want to put you on the spot, so if you want to take some time to think about it, that's fine too. Does it make sense for us to put that requirement in to avoid that headache, or is the industry moving in a way that, I guess what would be your recommendation in terms of weighing in on that particular issue of servers in state versus out of state? And if you don't want to answer now, then think about it. That's fine too. I give you time for that.
I mean, I really don't think it's an issue. At least from the casino side, and I don't know if Steve's seen any of them. But these servers, what we're talking about, is basically a computer PC. So it's not going to be this thing where you're going to need 5 tractor trailers to bring a server into Maine. Somebody could bring one probably in a van. So I don't know that the requirement is really all that. And Steve just alluded to Florida. I mean, they're talking about putting servers in the Seminole tribe locations because they're on sovereign nation, and they're part of the actual compact itself. So it doesn't fall into other areas where there's no casino voting and all that statewide voting and stuff. So again, as Janet commented to or alluded to, you know, as far as the location, I don't see it as an issue.
Thank you.
And I will tell you this, you know, right now the casinos have their own, little sports wagering part of their company, and I mean, Penn's got Barstool, and I'm not sure who Churchill Downs has, but they're all ready to go and can do it at any time. So.
Well, and I'll just add, whether it's required or not, the operators may do it anyways for their own liability purposes. You know, if their compliance team is going to look at it and interpret it how I would, which is, well, you know, you should try to keep everything in state. They may do it regardless of a requirement.
And Director or Mr. Silver, I guess maybe now may not be the right time, but I was curious if we could hear more about what Florida did, because I know they've kind of done something structured a little bit differently. I don't know if you've had a chance to look into it, but I've seen some headlines and.
Go ahead, Steve. I mean, I came from Florida and I've been trying to watch it. They started their special session yesterday. And yeah, it might be actually more confusing to try to explain it, but Steve, if you want to give it a shot and give it some layman's terms, hopefully. But honestly, I think it's just going to make everybody even more nervous, or, you know.
Yeah, it's not the best state to use as a comparator, because we're talking about a compact with the Seminole tribe, because that tribe has an exclusive deal where they pay several $100 million a year to the state to operate certain games. They've stopped paying that because they believe that some other facilities have violated that. It's really complicated, but basically there was a compact between the governor and the Seminole tribe to offer sports betting. That would have to be approved by the federal government. But then there's questions of whether the voters had to weigh in, because there is a provision, or it was a constitutional amendment in Florida, that voters have to approve any expansion of gambling. And so now there's a question of, is this considered an expansion? So not the best of states. I know it draws headlines because it would be the most populous state to go online. Well, I guess New York is about to launch mobile too, but it's complicated. And then now they're talking about allowing the Seminole tribe to have multiple skins, which would be an odd juxtaposition with competitors. But they are the session is today. I think they're debating the issue today. So we don't know what the final thing will be.
Great, thanks. Yeah, I knew it sounded like it was pretty complex, and I had a feeling you may not know that we don't know the end product yet. So, but
more to come.
Yeah. I guess, Janet, can we go back to the list and we'll just keep working through the issues? And Representative Chiazza, can you take it from here for a minute? I've got to, I think, be in the other committee.
Sure, no worries.
The supplier was discussed a little bit by Director Champion. So that's a separate license under all 4 bills for selling or leasing sports wagering equipment, systems, or services to operators in the state. All of that equipment, systems, or services have to conform to standards established by the director by rule. And in addition, they have to be tested and approved by an independent testing laboratory that's approved by the director under all 4 bills. Then the fees, as was alluded to, for the facility operator, the in-person sports wagering, it's $2,000 2-year fee. And then for all the other licenses, it's $20,000 per 2 years. Although there's now a proposal to change just the mobile operator fee. All of the types of licenses that we've just described, the facility, mobile, management services, and supplier, they all have to go through background investigations. And they have to disclose during that background investigation process, the applicant, each person that owns at least 10% of a corporate applicant and has the ability to control that corporation's activities, as well as each direct or indirect owner of a non-corporate applicant whom the director determines has the ability to control its business operations, as well as all key personnel with significant influence over the applicant's relevant business operations. So basically anyone who has the authority to sort of make decisions about the sports wagering operations would have to be disclosed and subject to background check. And that includes fingerprint-based background check. And then there are various grounds for denying the license. Do you want me to go through those again, Representative? Okay, so all the bills. Yeah. All the bills have the same grounds, and those grounds are also grounds for subjecting any licensee to disciplinary sanctions as well. Excuse me, I'm having a hard time with my asthma. As far as temporary licenses, the director may issue a temporary license upon payment of the initial license fee, as long as the director is not aware of any reason the applicant might be ineligible for licensure, and as long as the applicant meets the requirements established by rule, including that a tribe must have a high stakes Beano facility to obtain a temporary sports wagering facility license. And then the temporary license would last for 1 year or until the final decision on the application. So it would last basically, I think the idea when this was negotiated in the 129th was you'd have a temporary license while all the background investigations were going on. And then when the final decision is made, you've paid the fee sort of for your first 2-year license. So your temporary license turns into your initial license and it lasts the rest of that first 2-year duration. Unless your final decision was that your application was denied, of course. There are also occupational licenses required, but those are required for facility operators. So that's the in-person sports wagering locations. So if you're employed in a job that's classified by the director as being engaged directly in sports wagering related activities, you'd have to have a license. And all 4 bills contemplate that the process as far as possible would be identical to the process under current law for licensing of casino employees, with one minor difference, which is that the license fee is $250 initial and $50 renewal. The casino license is a $25 renewal fee. And then anyone who is licensed as a casino employee wouldn't have to pay separately to be licensed as a sports wagering facility employee. So were there any questions about that part?
I don't see any questions in the panelists.
Okay. There are also house rules requirements in all of the bills, so that all of the operators, whether you're mobile or in-person facility operator, have to adopt comprehensive house rules that have to meet minimum standards that are established by the director. And the statute, or excuse me, all 4 bills specify that those standards have to include requiring that the house rules discuss the amount paid on winning wagers, the effects of schedule changes. Remember, as I mentioned before, those are schedules for the sports events. So if the Kentucky Derby had been rained out, which I don't even know if they do that, because I was there once in the rain and it should have been rained out, I thought, because I was very muddy, but they kept going. So, but if the event is rained out or something like that, what is the effect on the wagers? As well as the circumstances for avoiding wagers, the treatment of any errors, late wagers, and related issues all have to be explained in the house rules. They have to be approved by the director, advertised, and readily available to customers. Then all 4 of the sports wagering bills before you prohibit the same persons from making wagers. So that's anyone under 21 years of age, any athlete, participant, or official involved in the event that's the subject of the wager, any operator or management services licensee or employee of the licensee, as well as persons living in their households. Although if you live in their household, you are allowed to wager through another operator that your housemate is not involved in the running of. Also, wagers are not allowed by interested parties that are defined by the director by rule, with all 4 bills suggesting this would include the owners and employees of the teams that are participating in the event that's the subject of the wager, as well as owners and employees of other teams in those teams' leagues, and owners and employees of the league itself. Those are all suggested by the bills as being interested parties, but ultimately it's to be defined by the director by rule. Also, you can't accept wagers on people who are on a list established by the directors. So those might be people who themselves voluntarily sign up for the list and want to be prohibited from making sports wagers, as well as those who are involuntarily listed under standards established by rule. And those standards also include how you can be taken off of the list. You can't also accept any wager from a third person who's making a wager on somebody else's behalf. And the gambling control unit's employees cannot make wagers.
Sorry, Janet, there's one question. Representative McCray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, we maybe have gone through this before, but I'm just wondering about the mechanics. If somebody signs themselves up, for example, how does everybody know that they can't bet? Can Director Champion explain? Is it like a list that would appear everywhere?
Well, we could have a state list, but theoretically, I think the way it operates right now is each individual company would have their own list. And maybe I could do something like we work with the casinos right now, that if you're on that list, I will distribute it to all the other licensees, and they'll be able to go into their system and block out somebody by identifiers like their name, their age, that sort of thing.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I think, Director Champion, I think anybody who's doing the sports book has to have some kind of security measures in to verify to keep people from going in under pseudonyms or anything else like that, right?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, any other questions? Okay, no, I guess we can keep going.
The next subject that all 4 bills are identical about are the sports events that are subject to wagers. So it includes professional, collegiate, or amateur sports or athletic events, including international events. They all do specifically say Olympic events as well, motor vehicle races, and esports. All of the bills also provide that wagers may not be accepted on high school events, any other events where a majority of the participants are under 18 years of age, and then any collegiate level events in which a main team participates.
So I did want to ask a question about that. I know there was some question about tournaments, and if a main team is participating in a tournament, could you not do a bracket? Are there exceptions out there that can be made in those instances, and do other states do that, or is it pretty much one or the other?
I don't know about the other states, but if that's what you wanted to say, we can write it to say that.
Chairman Lucchini.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I agree. I think that's something we probably want to clarify. That way, if there is a tournament or something that one of our main teams is in, it wouldn't preclude us from betting on a game that has 2 different teams, not including a main team. So trying to get that in the event with something like we make the bracket, the NCAA bracket, and then we wouldn't be able to bet on anything else. Just to clarify, I think that would make a lot of sense. And also, Mr. Chair, we do have someone from the NFL here in the attendees list. I know that their time is, I think, limited at 3 o'clock, and I know some of our committee members may have wanted to ask some questions of them. So if it's okay with you, we may want to bring them in and do a quick. I know there was interest in hearing from them directly on some provisions.
Happy to do that, and if you want to take the gavel until you need to go back off, I'm happy to do that as well. Oh, you're back to being muted again.
Sorry. And we can give Janet a few minutes of a break as well. So we can call in Marvin Yates from the NFL, because I know at least some representatives had inquired about a couple different provisions that were in Representative Roach's bill, which I think may make sense. So it's just going to take a second, it looks like, to bring him in.
Karen, can you please make me a co-host as well? Thank you.
Welcome, Mr. Yates. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Yeah, would you like to talk about a couple of provisions in, I think it's Representative Roach's bill about like integrity bets and things of that sort?
Sure.
I know that was,
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. You guys kind of touched on, one of the issues just previously as you spoke on the type of wagers that would be accepted. I think in Senator Roach's bill, there's some provisions around bets that we would flag as objectionable. I think, you talk about, betting on colleges and betting on professional sports. I think, for us, we want to make sure that the type of wagers that are being accepted are on, things that are prevalent and actually a part of the game. So we don't want people betting on injuries. We don't want people betting on penalties. These are things that, typically haven't happened, in the United States, but we want to make sure that, operators don't have an interest, in opening it up. I think that the trend is that people aren't just betting the over under anymore. People are betting on, in-game wagers and live betting. So we just want to make sure that, there's a process in place where if we see something as, they could potentially have integrity risks, that we can flag them for the regulator and say, hey, we see people, offering bets on things like the color of the Gatorade that will be thrown on the winning coach at the end of the game, or the length of the national anthem, and these small, it's kind of small universe of bets, have, some integrity risks that we would just want to flag. So, that's one of the things that we think, you should take into consideration as you look at, the best path forward.
Great, thanks. Representative Chiazzo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I had a question about the monetization of it. How does the NFL, I think there's data or something that you can market or you can provide for a fee. What does that data look like? What kind of data is that, and how impactful or important is that in the wagering process?
Sure. So I'll answer that question twofold. One, from a monetization standpoint, for the NFL and the other sports leagues, it's really about fan engagement. I think you all, are familiar with daily fantasy sports, and the way you watch sports changed, when you could play daily fantasy or when you're wagering. So I think from a fan engagement standpoint, I think that's where, the biggest benefit is. I think for our clubs and our franchises, I think, there are business opportunities for them in states that have legalized sports betting. So I think that's, from a monetary standpoint where we see it. When you talk about data and official league data, I mentioned earlier the fact that people aren't just betting the over under. People aren't just betting whether or not the Patriots are going to win. They're betting whether or not Cam Newton's going to throw for, 300 yards, whether he's going to throw for 4 touchdowns or 5 touchdowns. And, we see this in-game wagering, the need to be able to close these in-game wagers out in real time and needing a source of information that's, the most reliable, the most accurate, and the most timely. And that's where we see data. The idea behind data and, this, the monetary, I think there is commercial value to it. But I think, the idea that states and operators are starting to see the importance of having the data come directly from the leagues. And that trend is, I think that's the trend that we're starting to see happen. So I think, we've seen a number of states that have included provisions in their legislation, but we've also seen operators that tend to go with the leagues and their data provider already. So I think there is an appetite to do so. But, I think it's just about how you frame it in legislation. And I think, what's in Representative Roach's bill is, language that a number of entities around the industry have agreed to. And will put your state in a similar position to some of the things that other states are either doing or looking to do going forward.
Great, thanks. Any other questions from Mr. Yates while we have him here? Representative McCray.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Mr. Yates, for being here.
Sure.
I was just looking up the bill and I see it talks about prohibited wagers.
Yep.
Just as you mentioned, injuries, those kinds of things. I don't, this is maybe just a policy question, but how would you say you can't vote on Gatorade? Is there a general umbrella statement for that?
So I think it's already included in that bill where there's a process defined where we could go to the regulator and say, hey, this wager or this potential type of bet, could have integrity risk or perceived integrity risks, and we'd ask them to pull it off the books. So I think, that process is defined in legislation. And I think we've seen that in that bill, as well as a number of bills that have been passed around the country. So I think it's twofold. It's that, explicit prohibition on injuries and penalties, but then there's this other side, or officiated related, but then there's this other side of bets that, not just us, but it could be, a college or anybody could flag to say, hey, Major League Baseball could say, we don't want people betting on, minor leagues, or we don't want people betting on spring training, so I just that process for flagging and being able to work with the regulator on those type of wagers that could potentially be problematic.
Thank you.
Thanks. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none. Thank you again, Mr. Yates, for being here. I know you gotta run at 3, so thanks for.
I'll hang out a little bit longer. I'm moving into a new house, so I'm literally in the office for a couple of hours before movers come. So just happy to join today, and feel free to reach out if you guys have any other questions.
Great, thanks a lot. Okay, Janet, maybe we can go back just through the list, and we can just keep working through and see where people are on each.
No problem. That was weird. I was telling you all I was muted when I was. Okay. So child support interception is included in all 4 of the bills. So if the person has winnings that are above the threshold for which the licensee has to file forms with the federal government, with the IRS specifically, then those wagers could be intercepted if a court has already determined that the person who won the wager has past due child support. So it's not just that someone says, hey, they owe me money, but there's already been a court determination that that amount is past due.
Thank you. And sorry, did you have your hand up, Director Champion, or?
Yeah, I just wanted to back up a couple numbers here and just ask that the committee think about, we're getting really close to upwards of 1,000 occupational licenses being renewed every year. It's very time consuming. It involves, I have one staff person that does this. She does an excellent job. It requires, the processing by looking at backgrounds, her doing her thing, checking with, IRS, on taxes and stuff like that. And then, of course, me approving those licenses. So I would ask that the committee maybe consider going forward because, at one point we just had 2 casinos. Now I have all the registrations and licenses for nonprofit games. I have the fantasy operators now, and then with sports wagering here, that's going to add more. So I would ask you to consider maybe giving a little bit off. Well, what I did in I always say my other life because nobody cares where I came from, but maybe consider doing a 3-year license and give a little off for getting that 3-year license. What we did in the other location was it was $150 for 1 year and it was $100 for 3 years. So typically most people will get that 3-year license. And I've already looked in with DAFs and as far as what we're doing right now with the casinos, and I'll probably be speaking to you in the next session about, consider maybe a casino 3-year option as well. So while we're dealing with it, I just thought I'd throw it out there. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. This would be a good time to take care of it, if we can in this part, at least in this bill. And
yeah,
if maybe if we aren't, obviously it's up to the committee whether or not to vote today, but I don't expect we will. And if you were willing to come back with some recommended duration and numbers that would work to fund your department, then that would be helpful.
Okay, I'll do that. Thank you.
Yep.
Sorry, Janet.
I'm just writing that down. So then there are a whole host of topics that are required rulemaking. Almost all of them are identical between the bills, except there's one extra rulemaking topic in LD 1352. But these are the ones that are all identical. I can read through them if you want. I'll take your direction.
I think we can move on unless people can read. I think people can read through it on their own. If that's
Okay.
good. Yep.
Yep. And then there are some other provisions I didn't know really how to categorize them, so I called them miscellaneous. So the Gambling Control Unit Director must investigate complaints received or initiated by the Gambling Control Unit and may issue a notice of violation with a proposed administrative sanction for any violations of the statute or rules. The licensee would have the option to request a hearing before the commissioner and could then appeal to Superior Court. Administrative sanctions for violating the sports wagering statute or rules would include written reprimands, conditions of probation on the license, a license suspension or revocation, or a civil penalty of up to $25,000 per violation. And then in addition, there's another provision in all of the bills that requires each licensee to permit the director or a designee unrestricted access to any sports wagering facility, including locked areas, as well as equipment, prizes, or records during regular business hours. And then all four of the bills, if you read the summaries, think that they amend the fantasy sports laws to allow fantasy contests based on the performance of participants in college athletic events, although LD 1404 doesn't actually contain that language in the body of the bill itself. And I don't know whether the sponsor wanted it omitted or included, but the summary says it's there. It's just not actually there, but that's easy enough to add back if you want it there.
Okay. Representative Chiazzi, you had a question?
Yeah, and this is probably more to the sponsors. I guess my question would be, would the prohibition on college sports prevent a fantasy team from allowing main players on it?
So fantasy sports are licensed completely differently. And so each of these bills has a provision that it doesn't have anything to do with sports wagering, that just amends the fantasy sports law and says that when you create those fantasy sports leagues and teams, you can include, college players, because they're not allowed to now. So we talked about the differences between the bills as far as which facilities, and again, we didn't know if it was purposeful about the differences in OTBs. It is purposeful, however, the difference in who can have a mobile sports wagering license. The tax rates are the same for all, but where the money goes differs. So the tax rate for all of them would be 10% for facility operators. So that's 10% of the adjusted gross sports wagering receipts on in-person bets. And those adjusted gross sports wagering receipts are your total wagers, less the amount of winnings paid out and less the amount of any federal excise taxes paid. And then it would be a 16% of the adjusted gross sports wagering receipts for any mobile operators. So it's a higher tax rate. Under Senator Lucchini's bill, the money goes generally to Gambling Control Unit administrative expenses, 1% to the gambling prevention, and then the remainder of the tax rate for either facility or mobile sports wagering would go to the general fund. Same scheme for Senator Baldacci, except he would send the remaining amount for K-12 education instead of the general fund. Representative Roach's bill, sorry, I need to remind myself who, has the same tax rate as Senator Lucchini's. And the biggest difference is in President Jackson's bill, where he lowers the amount that goes for Gambling Control Unit administrative expenses and for gambling prevention to 0.25% each, and then uses the remaining 1.5% when you add them up to go to different harness racing funds. So it would be the fund to supplement harness racing purses, the Sire Stakes Fund, as well as a new fund that he creates in his bill, the Agricultural Fair Promotion Fund, which is money that would go to an entity that, I wrote it down, I'm looking over here. It's an entity that for 25 years, I believe, has been promoting agricultural fairs in the state. Yes. And then the penalty provisions are different. So 3 of the bills, all except Senator Lucchini's bill, have the penalty scheme that the committee made for the 129th legislature. So for first violation, and these are violations in the sense of you're an entity that's offering sports wagering, but you don't have a license. And it doesn't matter whether you're offering it in person or over the internet. It's basically just unlicensed business offering of sports wagering. We're not talking about a person who places a sports wager with an unlicensed entity. We're only talking about the entity accepting the wager that doesn't have a license. So the first violation is a fine up to $10,000 and up to 90 days imprisonment. Second violation goes up to $50,000 and up to 6 months imprisonment. And then any subsequent violation now has a minimum fine of $25,000 and a minimum term of imprisonment of 1 year, and then higher maximums. Senator Lucchini's bill uses the penalty provisions that are in current law for unlawful gambling. And they're explained here on the next page. So those penalties are, if you are a person who intentionally or knowingly profits from unlawful gambling activity, you're subject to up to a $2,000 fine and 1 year of imprisonment, no matter how many times you violate it. If you're an organization, it's up to a $10,000 fine. But I think the key was that it also involves forfeiture of all involved income. And then if it's aggravated unlawful gambling, which means that you've accepted more than 5 bets totaling more than $500 in value within any 24-hour period, then you have up to $20,000 fine and 10 years imprisonment. For an organization, the fine's bumped up to $40,000 potential, and then still forfeiture of all the income that you were illegally receiving from this unlawful gambling activity. The other unique provision of Senator Lucchini's bill is there's an additional rulemaking requirement. So the director has to adopt rules that prohibit misleading or false advertisements, and that also prohibit advertising sports wagering that's specifically designed to appeal to minors or has a high likelihood of reaching minors, including by prohibiting sports wagering that's advertisements that are close to schools.
Right, and just so the committee knows, those were 2 provisions I kind of added in response to some of the issues the governor had last time. But obviously we'll still have conversations with the governor's office on all of this to see what can move forward, if anything. Sorry, Janet.
Nothing to apologize for. So then the provisions unique to President Jackson's bill are, as I mentioned, the creation of the Agricultural Fair Promotion Fund. Also, there's a provision in the bill that may be an annoying bill drafter, who you can guess who that was, noticed that the fund to supplement harness racing purses, it's impossible to read how those monies are dispersed. So that might have been clarified a little in that bill. And then the other big thing that Senator Jackson's bill does that we've alluded to several times in this committee is it clarifies what statutes apply to an off-track betting facility that's licensed under Public Law 2019, Chapter 626, which we all now know is Scarborough Downs off-track betting facility. And I explain it sort of in the bill analysis to LD 860, but the upshot is under President Jackson's bill, all of the requirements that are in current law about how you initially get your license don't apply to that facility because it initially got its license under the public law and not under the statutes. And then anything after that, all of the other provisions of law apply equally to an OTB licensed under Public Law 2019 or apply equally to Scarborough Downs, except for the fact that Scarborough Downs would remain ineligible for a distribution from the fund to that fund about OTBs. I'm forgetting the name of it now. Hopefully you remember which one. I can look it up in a second.
I think it's the fund to stabilize OTBs or something.
Yes, thank you. The fund to stabilize off-track betting facilities. And because it doesn't have access to those funds, President Jackson's bill has the provision that you saw in LD 1205, which lowers the tax rate for that OTB for its bets that it accepts on interstate simulcasting with commingled tools. So anything other than the state share, all of the other portions of that tax are reduced by half. But otherwise, every other law is supposed to apply equally to an OTB licensed under the public law versus an OTB licensed under statute. And then LD 1527, we just talked about these provisions with the gentleman from the NFL. Prohibits outright certain types of wagers. As he mentioned, those are wagers on injuries, penalties, or any kind of outcomes of disciplinary rulings. And then other types of wagers that the sports governing body believes might harm the integrity of the sport, they can request that the director prohibit those types of wagers as well. And there's a process set up in the bill for the director to consider whether to prohibit those wagers and for operators to weigh in. There's also several provisions in LD 1527 about abnormal wagering activity. So your in-person and your mobile operators have to report any abnormal wagering activity that would raise concerns about the integrity of the sporting event or potential match fixing. And they'd have to report that to the director and the relevant sports governing body. And the operators are also required by this bill to use commercially reasonable efforts to cooperate with any information requests from law enforcement and sports governing bodies about such abnormal wagering activity. And then there are provisions about information sharing. So if the sports governing body shares some information with the director for purposes of investigating or preventing abnormal wagering conduct, it has to be kept confidential unless disclosure is required by the director, directed by law, or the sports governing body consents to disclosure. I highlighted this provision because anytime you create confidentiality provisions, and this is information possessed by the director, so by a government body, that would basically create an exception to the Freedom of Access Act and requires review by the Judiciary Committee. There are also provisions about information that's shared with a sports governing body by operators can't be used by that sports governing body for commercial purposes. And then there are provisions about how they can use that. They can use it internally for conducting and resolving integrity related investigations. And they can release it to the public, but only after an opportunity for the operator to object. And they would be releasing that only if they believe it's necessary to preserve actual or perceived integrity of their sports events. There are also provisions in this one bill about use of the official league data. So it wouldn't be required for, no operator would be required to use official league data for tier 1 wagers, which are on the final outcome of the sporting event. I'm learning that's the above the line or the line bets. I believe that's how everybody's described them today. But other types of wagers, the sports governing bodies that are located within the United States can notify the director that they're going to require operators to use their official league data for those other types of wagers. But they can only impose that requirement if they can provide a feed of the data and do so on a commercially reasonable terms for the operators. And then there are provisions about how you can contest if you're an operator, whether the terms that are being offered are commercially reasonable or not. And there's a specific provision in LD 1527 saying that the sports governing body doesn't have to obtain its own sports wagering license in Maine if it enters into an agreement to share the profits of sports wagering that are placed on its events, which I presume is in there because that might be the commercially reasonable term through which it offers its league data is to enter some sort of profit sharing agreement, and that wouldn't require it to get its own license. There are also some record keeping requirements. So all of the bills, to remind you, we skipped over the record keeping because the rulemaking, because we've gone through those several times before, but included in the rulemaking authority for the director are the ability for the director to create rules about what records the operators have to keep and some auditing requirements as well. So LD 1527 preserves that authority of the director, but also enacts in statute some record keeping requirements. So it would require operators to maintain itemized records of all wagers placed in any abnormal wagering activity for 3 years. They'd also have to maintain video recordings of in-person wagers for at least 1 year. and they'd have to make those records available to the director upon request or as required by a court order. They'd also have to maintain anonymized but itemized wagering information in real time and disclose it to the director upon request or to the relevant sports governing body for integrity monitoring purposes if that sports governing body has informed the director that it uses this type of data for that purpose. Sorry, my lights went out.
Great. Thank you,
And
Janet.
they won't go back on, so I have to be in the dark.
We can't really tell with the blue. Great. Thank you for running down through the bills. That's really helpful for committee members. I think we do still have a lot to digest on this stuff. But I know we do have people in the attendees list. If anybody on the committee has anybody they'd like to call in just as a way to gather more information, that would be helpful for further decision making. Just feel free to ask and we can try to call them in with questions. Okay, and I guess kind of to both Director Champion and Mr. Silver, as we kind of work through, obviously we know a lot more than we did 2 or 3 years ago when we first started this endeavor. But if there's any recommendations, and I don't know if you want to weigh in or not on that, on trying to strike the right balance between tax rate, license fees, that would be enough to, or that wouldn't, be so large that it would drive people to drive them to the illegal market, then as we move forward, that could be helpful as well. So I think we may have lost Mr. Silver. Okay, any other discussion from the committee at this point? Or anybody they'd like to hear from? Okay, seeing none, obviously if it's up to the committee on what to do, but I think perhaps taking a little more time to kind of digest all of this would be helpful for people to be able to make some final decisions on voting. Representative Chiazzo.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I don't think we need to re-motion anything or retable anything, but I'll leave that up to your discretion. And happy to make those motions. But obviously we're going to center around a couple of key points for these bills. It's going to come down to, I think, tethering or untethering is going to be important. So I think, I would urge us to really kind of focus in on where our thoughts lie with that and the pros and cons of each approach. And then, the cascade, where the revenues are going to go, obviously, is another point that we want to look at. But the bills are remarkably similar, but I'm just trying to be cognizant of the time constraints that we have. So running 4 bills for a long time isn't going to be helpful. I'm not certainly ready to make any motions today to either table anything or to kill anything, but I think we really need to be prepared as a committee to come back and take some action the next time we get together on these. So I would urge us to really kind of dig in and get comfortable with what our expectations are and where we need to be on them. So. Sure.
Yeah, I agree. I think obviously we have 4 bills, so we should probably eventually get to the point where we can kill 3 of the 4 and use 1 as a vehicle, ultimately, just to save staff time on not sending out 4 or 5 different bills. And then, yeah, we'll just have to see where everybody is. We've requested permission to meet next week because it's a ridiculous thing by the presiding officers that we have to request permission to meet. So we've done that and we'll see what they say, and that could give us some more time. I mean, it's a ridiculous exercise, but we'll do it since they told us we have to. I don't know if I mentioned that before. And then we'll, so that may give us a little bit more time into next week, but I wouldn't expect a ton of time. I know having session change till tomorrow kind of blocked off a little bit of time for us. So Any other questions or discussion on this? I think we probably should take a tabling motion on all four if there's no further discussion. We can do it all in one motion if anybody's good at that. Representative Chiazzo.
I'm prepared to make a motion, but don't want to cut anybody off. So if anybody has anything else they'd like to say, I will defer if I see another hand.
Motion to table all 4 bills.
Great. Thank you, Representative Supika.
Second.
Second.
You beat somebody to that one. Okay, so yep, sorry, everything moved. Yep, so motion to table by Representative Supika and seconded by Representative Tuttle. Karen, could you please call the roll? And this is for all 4 bills.
Senator Lucchini,
Yes.
Senator Lucchini, yes. Senator Hickman,
Yay.
Senator Hickman, yay. Senator Farren,
Yay.
Senator Farren, yay. Representative Chiazzo,
Yes.
Representative Chiazzo, yes. Representative McCray,
Yes.
Representative McCray, yes. Representative Tuttle,
Yes.
Representative Tuttle, yes. Representative Riley, Representative Riley, absent. Representative Supika,
Yes.
Representative Supika, yes. Representative Wood, Representative Wood, absent. Representative Kinney,
Yes.
Representative Kinney, yes. Representative Harrington, Representative Harrington, absent. Representative Corey, Representative Corey, absent. Representative Dolliff, Representative Dolliff, absent. 8 in favor of the motion, 0 opposed to the motion, and 5 members absent, Mr. Chair.
Great, thank you, Karen. So that'll be tabled, and again, we'll see if we get the approval to meet next week, and then that'll give us some more time for this and many of the other bills that we have. So yeah, and thank you, Director Champion and Chairman Silver, for being here and lending your expertise on these issues. It's super helpful. So great. So Janet, at this point, do we have any language reviews or anything, or is that something I missed earlier when I was?
We did them this morning.
Okay, great. So I think that's it for today, and we'll be scheduled for Thursday. Is that right?
I believe you were thinking of doing that, but
Okay.
you didn't release the schedule yet, because I don't know.
Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, I think we're only in session for one day, so I think Thursday we'll pick up with more committee work. And I think it was election bills, but I can't remember. I don't have the plan in front of me. Okay. All right.
I
So
think
we'll
the
send
idea
out-
is 10 a.m. though, to give people
Okay.
time to
Yeah.
focus.
Thank you. Yeah. So roughly Thursday, 10 a.m. We're kind of didn't want to do anything that would conflict with session. So just so people know, and we'll send out the schedule soon. So with that, I think we're done for the day. So seeing no other discussion, we will adjourn for the afternoon, and we'll see everybody in person tomorrow. Should be nice. See ya.